it by a head. YVR is second by a length and a half. Jersey's Image third by 2.5. There goes My Hero, through more back, Queen of Attitude. She's 9 off the lead. Into the clubhouse, here they go, and Knopfler has the lead. The opening quarter, a rapid 21 and 3. And to the backstretch they go with Knopfler from the rail, leading it by a neck. YVR tracking on the outside, second by 3. Then Jersey's Image, there goes My Hero, and Queen of Attitude now ridden along at the rail. As they run to the 5/16 marker, the half up in 45 and 1. It's Knopfler with the lead by a head. There goes Queen of Attitude. She's surging on the outside and grabs the lead. YVR, Jersey's Image, and there goes My Hero as they race to the top of the lane. Queen of Attitude with the lead. Knopfler, game on the inside. YVR third, and down the lane they come. Queen of Attitude leads it now by 2.5. Knopfler in second. Queen of Attitude draws away by 3. Queen of Attitude to win it. Knopfler second. Jersey's Image third. There goes My Hero fourth. Winning rider, Amadeo Perez. Queen of Attitude is an 8-year-old mare by Bakken out of Deputy Princess. Bred in BC by Helen Climbs. 1-3 exacta was $2.85. 135 try, $29.15. 1352, 20-cent super, $8.60. There they go. From the rail, soaring for the sun, set off for the early lead. Diocles right there on the outside. Run Rudolph in the center of the track. Early trailer is Pursue as they go under the line. Soaring for the sun, try to be geared down. Leads it now by 3/4 of a length. Diocles second by a length and a half. Run Rudolph in third. They take closer order. And on the inside now is Pursue. As they run to the half-mile mark, opening quarter up. Just 23 and 1. Past the half-mile marker they go as they head for the backstretch. Soaring for the sun, leads it by a tight length. Diocles second by a length and a quarter. Pursues at the rail, and Run Rudolph on the outside. 3 lengths separates this field of 4 as they run past the 5/16 marker. It's still Soaring for the Sun with the lead. The half up in 47 and 1. And it is Soaring for the Sun now by a neck. Diocles asks for Run. Run Rudolph is 3 deep and Pursues at the rail. As they reach the top of the lane, they're homeward bound. Soaring for the Sun has the lead, and down the lane they come. Soaring for the Sun. Diocles right there on the outside. Run Rudolph in the center of the track. Deep stretch. Diocles, Soaring for the Sun. Diocles to win it. Soaring for the Sun second. Run Rudolph third. Pursue was fourth. And the winning rider is Kieran Kellewan. Diocles, a 4-year-old gelding by Counterforce out of My Special Angel, bred in BC by Mark and Lyle Johnson. 2-1 exacta was 25.20. 2-1-5 try, 37.10. The double 1 and 2, $21 even. Final running time, 1:16 and 74 1/100. There they go. Finding ways, and on the inside, Stanford Bay, they vie for the early lead. Then it's back to Liberty in third. Outside, here's Overly Fast, moving up on the outside to take third. Then it's back to Pay My Way in duplication. Into the clubhouse turn they go. Stanford Bay from the rail, finding ways on the outside. Now Finding Ways grabs the lead. Taking back into second is Stanford Bay. 2.5 lengths back is Overly Fast. Back to Liberty's at the rail. 2.5 for the back is Pay My Way. Duplication, the trailer. The opening quarter, 23 flat. Past the 3/8 a run. And it is Finding Ways by a head. Right there on the outside, Stanford Bay. Back to Liberty's moving into it nicely. Overly Fast, Duplication at the rail, and Pay My Way. Half, 46 and 4, 3/16 from home, and Finding Ways, and on the outside, Stanford Bay. Their noses apart. Back to Liberty in third, and down the lane they come. On the outside, Stanford Bay. On the inside, a very game Finding Ways. Finding Ways, Stanford Bay. Finding Ways by a half. Finding Ways to win it. Stanford Bay second. Looks like Duplication may have rallied for third over Back to Liberty fourth. Finding Ways is a 7-year-old gelding by Harbor the Gold out of Ouch. For NBC by Dino Condolinius and Sandra Losa. Back-to-back wins in 2025 for Finding Ways. The result is official. 2-1 exacta was 12.50. 2-1-6 try 82.25. Next live race will be race 4 at 4:30 with no changes.
Got 6 really nice horses set to do battle over 6.5 furlongs, kicking off your late pick 3. We also have exacta, tractor, and superfecta wagering. Back in race number 3.
There they go. They've all come away well from the inside. Bold Arch on the early lead. Here's Mason putting in a bid on the outside. August Rain gets away in third. Space is fourth. Sunbird fifth. Early trailer set to Cento. Under the line for the first time, and Bold Arch wants to roll. He leads it now by 1.5 lengths. It's Mason sitting in second, 2.5 lengths back. Is August Rain in third, followed by Space on the outside, Sunbird, and set to Cento, who has about 7 to make up. As they head for the backstretch, opening quarter, 22 and 1. And as they race down the backstretch with Bold Arch showing the way by a tight length. Mason under a snug hold in second. 3 lengths back, August Rain third, Space under a ride in fourth, Cento and Sunbird. They've reached the far turn, half, 45 and 4. They're midway on the turn, and Bold Arch leads it by 1.25 lengths. Mason has to keep up in second. Here's August Rain looping up on the outside. Space in fourth, Cento and Sunbird. As they turn for home, it's August Rain on the outside and Bold Arch on the inside, matching strides. Bold Arch, August Rain on the outside. August Rain, Bold Arch. They hit the line. It will be very close to call. I believe Sunbird might get up for third over Space and set to Cento. Photo sign will be posted. Hold all tickets. In the winner's enclosure, the winner of the fourth, number 3, August Rain. Owned by Peter Redicott, BC Limited, trained by Barb Heads, and the winning rider, Amadeo Perez. 20-cent super, $15.09. The double 2 and 3, $76.50. There they go. Another sunny day hopped in the air at the break. From the outside, Texas Humor right on the early lead. BC Christie, an icebreaker down towards the inside. As they pass by us now for the first time, finding the rail is Texas Humor, leading it now by a half. BC Christie pulling hard in second on the outside. Triple L's Cutter, icebreakers at the rail. Followed by another sunny day and Miss the Hype. Into the clubhouse turn they go. The opening quarter, they dawdled through it in 24 and 2. Past the half mile marker they go, and it is Texas Humor from the rail by a head. Icebreakers now challenging on the outside. Another sunny day, a length back in third. BC Christie, Triple L's Cutter, and at the rail, Miss the Hype. As they run to the 5/16 marker, on the inside, Texas Humor, half up, 49 and 4. 3 across the track. It is Texas Humor, icebreaker. Another sunny day is looping up 3 wide. 2 lengths back, Triple L's Cutter, BC Christie, and Miss the Hype as they turn for home. Another sunny day on the outside has grabbed the lead, and down the lane they come. Another sunny day sprints clear by 2.5. Another sunny day will win it. Battle on for second. Triple L's Cutter second, icebreaker third, and Texas Humor fourth. The winner of race 5, number 3, Another Sunny Day. She's owned by Bob Leffler, Brian Killens, and Gord McCormick, trained by Dino Condolinius. Winning rider is Kamal Santo. Another Sunny Day, 3-4 exacta, $6.95. 3-4-1 try, $19.40. 3-4-1-5, 20-cent super, $11.48. There they go. Deputy's Dancer from the outside is quick and on the early lead. Here's Extra Innings moving through, and at the rail is Quagmire and Tis Vicious. As they go under the line, Extra Innings grabs the lead, leads it now by 3/4 of a length. Deputy's Dancer on the outside. Saving ground at the rail is Tis Vicious. Quagmire now drops out to race along in fourth. It's 4 lengths back to IBC&U. Jock Talk, the trailer, Texas Moonshine. Past the half mile marker they go. The opening quarter, a quick 22 flat. As they head down the backstretch, Extra Innings leads it by a length and a half. Deputy's Dancer from the outside, second by a neck. On the inside, Tis Vicious third. Quagmire is fourth, and he's rolling up on the outside. 3 lengths back, IBC&U, Jock Talk, and Texas Moonshine. Half, 45 and 2. Quarter mile from home, they have to come and catch Extra Innings. Quagmire now takes second. Deputy's Dancer, IBC&U, and Jock Talk as they get set to turn for home. It's Extra Innings with the lead, and down the lane they come. Extra Innings leads it by 2.5. Quagmire in second. On the outside, here's Texas Moonshine taking third, but it will be Extra Innings going all the way. Texas Moonshine second, Quagmire third, Jock Talk fourth. IBC&U completes the Super High Five. Extra Innings is a 5-year-old gelding by California Chrome out of Murray's Girl. Bred in California by Rainmaker Racing LLC and Ben and Brett Lewis. The result is official. 4-7 exacta was $39.70. Super High Five returned $379.66. 5 of 5 on the pick 5 gets $461 even. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Sunday afternoon edition of Hastings Racing Live, presented by BC Racebook. Track announcer Dan Jukic being joined as usual by our paddock host and handicapper Mike Heads. We're going to preview all 6 on today's Sunday card, hopefully get you headed in the right direction. Well, you got what you wanted. It was sloppy yesterday. We got a little sun. We got some wind. Good to fast, I guess.
That's a good recipe to dry the track out, and it's dried out considerably. We had kind of sealed slop. It wasn't slop. It was kind of
wet fast.
It looked like cement or whatever. It had no water, no surface water.
Right.
And we didn't get a lot of rain overnight, I guess. And but the times were quick this morning. It is, I think you're bang on. It could be good or fast. I think we'll see how it does get rated, but I think it'll just be a good true track.
Right. All right. Well, we're going to kick off the card with a good group here. It's a field of 4. Fillies and mares going 6.5. Exactor, try, daily double, no show wagering on the opener. Well, I got to go to Ivana. She's the champ. She won it all last year.
Yeah, horse of the year last season. I know it was 3-year-old fillies, and you always wonder how the fillies are going to stack up against the older mares. And we saw yesterday August Rain.
Yes, we did.
He proved he's okay. He's going to fit quite nicely in the older horse division. But I think Ivana will fit quite nicely. 6.5 her best distance? Probably not, but she's still versatile enough. She's got a really good late. She's got a 3/8 of a mile move like no other, and she'll be flying late. If someone gets away cheap on her on the head end, then she may run second or whatever. But Ivana is the horse to beat. I put the 2 Bunny, who had just ran. Dino's done a great job with her for the Swift Thoroughbreds, and she's got some quirks. Many good races.
Some quirks, though, and
once she gets in the gate, she's fine.
Yeah.
But she just missed in the Ballerina last year. She's a stakes winner and just a good quality filly that started off the season with 2 impressive wins and 116, and just showing she was going to be. But she's a really good 6.5 furlong horse, but she's not one-dimensional. She can come from off it, go to the front. And Air Force is also another one that's just been very good for Keith Peterson.
Right.
Good quality. Viva La Diva's nice. It's a good quality field of 4.
There's only 4, but
I know there's only 4, but they're well matched, and the 2 and the Bunny and Air Force are the ones that are the seasoned older horses.
Right.
So Viva La Diva and Ivana still have to prove that they can jump up with the older mares, but we'll see. But I think Ivana will do well.
All right, in the opener we agree in the 4, Ivana. Moving on to the second now, field of 5. They're going to go 6 furlongs, Exactor, Try, Super, Daily Double. Pick 5 wagering starts here. It's a jackpot pool at Pick 5. The carryover now is $11,537. We do pay 5 of 5, but no unique tickets. Half the pool gets paid, half of it gets carried. So we're starting to build it gradually.
Yeah, no, it's good, looking good. It'd be tough to be an only winner today.
Yes, it would.
Smallish fields. We've had a few scratches as well. But I went to the 5-horse New Blend. No real clever pick here. Comes out of a little tougher race last time than. I put Miss LaRue in for second, a firster for Mel Snow, not a first-time starter, but a first time this year.
Right.
That is interesting. That has been working well. The Mel Snow runners have been doing well. And I threw in Brody's Souvenir for third, but I think the 5 and the 4 are really the top. For me, I would play 2 horses, just the 5 and the 4, but I put 5, 4, 1 for my picks.
All right, race 2, we agree on the 5 New Blend. On to race 3 now, maidens are going to go 6.5 furlongs. Exactor, Try, no Super, Daily Double, and Pick 4 wagering. Scratch the 4, Exit Tunnel. Well, for me, it's going to be the 2 Kitten Candy out of the Craig McPherson barn. Kieran Kellowan rise. He had a nice win yesterday, did Kieran, and I think Kitten Candy is ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, Kitten Candy looks very good on paper. Worked well this spring for Craig, and Karen's been aboard for a lot of those works. Kitten Candy for me, I agree. Bobby Rock and Andalay in behind. I think those are the horses. But Kitten Candy on with those works and what he showed last year What she showed last year, I thought were two very good races.
Right.
And I don't think the 6.5 furlongs will be a problem. She just ran 3.5 last year, but I think the stretch out to 6.5, she'll be able to handle quite nicely.
And she is a filly tackling the boys.
Yep, and that's okay. These horses are well matched. There's no
stars.
There's no she hasn't got a huge horse to beat. Bobby Rock on the class drop's interesting.
Right.
And as I said, the other Tammy Snow runner, Andalay, is also had some good form last fall and is going to break his maiden suit.
All right, race 3, we agree on the 2, Kitten Candy. Out of the 4th race now, scratch the 3, Bluebird Cafe. Field of 4 to go 6 furlongs. Exactor, try, no super. Of course, rolling daily doubles, pick 3, wagering. Weekend in Delmar or Duke Girls? I went Duke Girls.
Yeah, I did too. I think she is probably one of my better bets of the day.
Mm-hmm.
I think Duke Girls, it's trained well. Ran some big races last fall, and I just think, with being freshened, Duke Girls is going to be very, very good.
Does come off that maiden score at the end of the year.
Yeah, no, it was a big run, and she had good time. I just think she's better than these horses. I think it's that simple. I put Weekend and Delmar in for second and Stilettos Only for third, but Duke Girls for me, I wouldn't say in a runaway, but I think the Goon Show stables will be heading to the winner's circle.
All right, I went 5, 2, and 1. Race 4, we agree on the 5, Duke Girls. On to the 5th race now. Field of 5, they're going to go 6.5. Exactor tries, Superfecta, daily double wagering, maiden optional claimer. First time starter, number 5, Touch the Sun. This is a 4-year-old making his first start, but has been working progressively well in the morning.
Yeah, Amadeo's been on him in his last few works, and he's a pretty nice little horse, and it's always an advantage to have a 4-year-old running against 3-year-olds. You have to pay the penalty with some weight. You pack 124, but definitely Touch the Sun for me as well. Chris's Gold had some really good races last year, and this is a promising horse. This could be eventually a BC Derby type horse.
Right.
And but running against a 4-year-old, sometimes that's a little bit of a disadvantage. So, but I'm 2 horses in here. I'm 1 and 5. I went 5-1, and I put Rondolito in for third. Rondolito ran a good race last weekend. And
it just came back.
Just missed.
Quick turnaround. That's the only.
That's okay. Yeah, these horses are, as long as it didn't exhaust them too much.
Right.
Didn't exhaust journalism. I know it wasn't 1 week, but it was 2 weeks.
Yeah, exactly.
And got, pummeled into got mugged pretty much at the 3/16 pole and still won.
And still won, that's right. Race 5, we agree on the 5, Touch the Sun. On to the 6th and final event, scratch the 2, Logical Owl, Field of 4, Exactor try, no Superfecta wagering in here. I went to the rail. Bucks Fizz performed admirably last week, first time on dirt after coming here from Woodbine.
Yeah, I've gone. It's 1-3 for me. I mean, if you're playing 3 horses, 1, 3, and 5, those are the 3 horses I locked in on. But Bucks Fizz looked good in his debut. You're right, and this field is no tougher. Stanford North just has to do everything right and stay out of any speed duels, and he can win. And Highliner looked great coming from off the pace. Didn't see that coming. Kind of didn't miss the start, but just was cleverly rated by Karen Kellogg, who does shift over to Stanford North, but still rated in behind the speed, and Highliner ran a big race.
He does move up 1 class from the non-2s and non-3s.
It's tougher.
A little tougher.
And that's why he does lose the rider, but he picks that Kamal Santo, who's riding in top form as well. But it was 1-3-5. I think we kind of agree on these horses.
All right, race 6. We agree on the 1 from the rail, Bucks Fizz to close it out. That'll wrap up the Sunday afternoon edition of Hastings Racing Live, presented by BC Racebook. Don't forget live racing next week, Saturday and Sunday. First race both days will be 2:30. As we leave you, here's a complete look at our selections for today's card. Till next week, good luck, everyone.
Have a good day.
I wanted to give you
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Hastings. Track condition at present listed as track fast. Special welcome to everyone joining us for our Sunday card. Now please turn to the official programs for this afternoon's corrections and changes. In the first race, please note there is no show wagering. Number 3, Air Force, is 2 pounds over. In the second, the start of our jackpot pick 5, the carryover is $11,537. Number 4, Miss LaRue, is 6 pounds over. In the third, no superfecta wagering. Number 2, Kitten Candy, is 5 over. Number 3, Floyd, is 3 over. Scratch the 4, Exit Tunnel. In the fourth, scratch the 3, Bluebird Cafe. Number 4, Stilettos Only, is 3 pounds over. No superfecta wagering. In the fifth, number 1, Chris's Gold, is 3 pounds over. Number 4, Sailing Force, 2 pounds over. And in the sixth, scratch the 2, Logical Owl, no superfecta wagering. Those are all the changes and corrections to the present time. At this time, just a reminder, please make your wagers as early as possible. At this time, Hastings would like to welcome our Sunday groups. They include the Liquor Distribution Branch, and happy birthday to Suzette Amaya. Live racing continues next weekend, Saturday and Sunday. First races both days will be 2:30. Thank you for your attention and good luck.
All right, a pleasant good afternoon and welcome to Hastings Racing Live. Overcast skies, track rated as, what do we got it rated as? Probably going to be fast, but we did have some sloppy conditions yesterday, but the wind has come, a little bit of sunshine peeking through every once in a while. And it's pretty much the ingredients you need to dry out a racetrack. I'm your paddock host, Mike Heads. Going through all 6 races today. Got a good allowance race to kick things off. First half of your early double. It's for fillies and mares as they prep for their initial stakes race on, I think it's on June the 7th. It's 3 weeks' time anyway. Be a chance for them to stretch their legs. So we saw the boys run yesterday as August Rain defeated Bold Arch. A pretty nice time as the older horses had their allowance prep before the first stakes race. And the girls get their chance today. There's only 4 of them. It's pretty much could be all we have unless someone ships in. These are the 4 girls that are going to be duking it out through much of the season in the older mare division. So we look at number 1. Here's Viva La Diva for the Bennett family by Lois Bennett. She had a really good season last year without winning a race. She was second to Ivana in the Supernaturel, a hard-fought runner-up effort in the BC Oaks. She ran such a good race that day. She's had a series of good works prepping for today. I think she's going to be a really good 4-year-old. She's every bit as good as these horses. I know she's getting dismissed at big odds. I think she'll probably be on the lead. She has very good gate speed. I think Karen will probably have her forwardly placed. Wouldn't want to give anyone else the lead. You know, Ivana's not going. But you got the rail. Sometimes you just got to make that decision and go. But she's turned out beautifully here in the paddock. You get a generous 14-1 on the 1 Viva La Diva. Number 2 will be Bunny for the Swift Thoroughbreds. And Dino Condolinos. What a great season she had last year. 3 wins, 2 seconds. Just missed in the Ballerina. She won the Delta Colleen. Just a mare that's out of a very nice race mare in Snuggles. She has a few quirks about her, but that's okay. She's turning into a real racehorse. Her work tab's been excellent. Kamal Santo, he'll be the new pilot, as Silvino Morales has yet to arrive here in Vancouver. He's planning on getting here, but Kamal gets the call. Another gifted runner, though, is Bunny. Started the season off with back-to-back 116 flat victories, going 6.5. I mean, she's got game, Bunny. She lost Infinite Patience a couple of times, but that's no disgrace. There's no Infinite Patience anymore. She's been off to the breeding shed. Even money on Bunny. See, she wears those ear cones and keep things a little quieter and relaxed for her. Number 3 will be Air Force for Dennis Dale, Morris Peter, and Ed Welsh. Another banner year for her. She had a great 3-year-old year. Won 4 times as a 3-year-old. Last season as an older mare. She proved she belongs. 1-15-3 first time out. She's another one that runs well fresh. Had a little trouble in the Monashee and the Distaff, but came back and easily won the Sales Stakes. Just missed a Bunny in the Delta Colleen. And was 3rd in the Ballerina. It's another good quality mare is Air Force. Antonio Reyes will be aboard. He's been aboard for quite a few of her 8 victories. 2-1 on Air Force. Next up will be the 4. There's our reigning Horse of the Year, number 4, Ivana. She was dubbed Horse of the Year late last month at the awards gala. It was a perfect 6 or 6 before leaving for New Mexico to run at Zia Park. Her and August Rain both made the trip down and neither one was the better for it. as they were non-competitors pretty much and didn't see the real Ivana or the real August Rain that day. It's tough to fly and to head down to New Mexico after a long season. And she and August Rain had both had campaigns here and then over at Century Mile. But 6.5 per. She was voted top sprinter, but I still think her best distance is going along. She has no early speed, or Amadeo chooses not to use any speed early, and she produces a lethal late kick. She has a dynamic final quarter mile, kind of a Delta Colleen-esque type of style, and she'll be last early again today, Ivana, but we'll see where she finishes, where they pay you. They pay you at the finish line, though, not early, and I think she's going to come running on and be very tough to hold off. Regular pilot Amadeo Perez will be aboard for Peter Redekop and Barb Hetz. 8-5 right now, but I'm sure she will go off as the favorite as we get closer to post. Right, there's your field of 4. Fillies and Mares as they have their prep race before our first stakes race of the season on June the 7th. Six and a half furlongs is the distance. No freeloaders in here, no big long shots. They're all 4 quality fillies and mares to do battle. Should be a lot of fun. All right, they're heading out for post parade. We're going to have riders up call here in a minute. And then we'll hand things over to Dan Jukic as he will introduce the runners in the post parade of race number 1. The first half of your early double. Once again, as Dan mentioned, no show wagering in here. We have a win place, exacta tries, and daily doubles. Don't forget that pick 5, too. Starts in race number 2. Carryover, 11,500. You got to be the only winner to claim the big prize. But take a shot at it. It starts in race number 2. But we're set for race number 1. Good luck, everyone.
The horses on the track at Hastings for the opener. It's a field of 4. There is no show wagering, exact or try, and rolling daily double start here. Post time in 6 minutes. Just a reminder, on hand with us today is the Greater Vancouver Food Bank. They are selling 50-50 tickets. Watch for the volunteers or stop by the tent located outside the winner's enclosure. Please note number 2, Bunny, excused from post parade. On parade now, number 1, Viva La Diva in the estate of R.J. Bennett and also owned by Lois Bennett, the rider Kieran Killawan. 2, Bunny in the colors of the Swift Thoroughbreds, Kamal Santo rides. 3 is Air Force, owned by Dennis Dale, Morris Peter, and Ed Welsh. Antonio Reyes in the saddle. And number 4 is Ivana, owned by Peter Redekop, BC Limited, and the riders, Amadeo Perez. 5 minutes to post time.
Key West Ford reminds you there are just 2 minutes left to place your wagers at Hastings.
The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. Loading in now for the opener at Hastings. First one up will be Air Force. Bunny comes forward into gate 2. Viva La Diva to the inside and Havana to the outside. Viva La Diva goes in. 4 in. They're at the post. There they go. They've all come away well. Viva La Diva from the inside, put right on the early lead. Then on the outside, here comes Air Force. Bunny is right there, already dropping back about 6 lengths is Havana as they go under the line. From the rail, Viva La Diva with the lead by a head. Air Force second by a length and a half. Bunny sits in third, about 2 off the lead, and it's about 7 back to Havana as they run to the half-mile mark. The opening quarter in 22 and 2. As they head for the backstretch, Viva La Diva and Air Force, they've hooked up from the bell. It's 2.5 lengths back now to Bunny sitting in third, and about 6 back is Havana. She's trying to close now. Past the 3/8 they run. And on the inside, Viva La Diva. On the outside, Air Force. Bunny is creeping closer in third, and Havana has now asked for a run in fourth. The half 46 and 1. 3/16 from home, and it is a 3 across the track. Bunny, Air Force, and here comes Havana. She's looping up on the extreme outside. Down the lane they come. Havana now strikes the front. Bunny is second, Air Force third. Deep stretch. Havana returns with a vengeance. She wins it by 2.5. Bunny second, Air Force third. Viva La Diva fourth. On the board, the unofficial winner, number 4, Havana. Number 2, Bunny is second. 3, Air Force third. 1, Viva La Diva fourth. 4, 2, 3, 1, unofficial. Into the winner's enclosure, the winner, the opener, number 4, Havana. She's owned by Peter Reddicoff, BC Limited, trained by Barb Heads, and the winning rider, Amadeo Perez. Havana is a 4-year-old filly by Vino Rosso on a revealing moment. Bred in BC by Dr. Brian Anderson and Carol Anderson. The result is official. For two exacta was worth $3.90. 423 try, $4.90. Final running time 1:16 and 58/100. In the second race, number 4, Miss LaRue, 6 pounds over. Race 2 kicks off the jackpot pick 5. Carryovers $11,537. Post time for race 2, 21 minutes away at 3 o'clock. All right, Dr. Anderson hits the gong for another donation to Aftercare.
All right, welcome back to the paddock here at Hastings. Time for race number 2. The second race says kick off to pick 5, which encompasses races 2 through 6. Does have a carryover, $11,500. It's a jackpot pool, so you got to be the only winner. And if that's not your gig, we still got win, play, show, exacta tractor, superfecta, daily double wagering. You got all it. Lots going on again in race number 2. Got a field of 5 maidens here. 12,000 claimers, up to 15 for BC Breds. We're going 6 furlongs here. It's a little shorter distance, 6 furlongs. Well, congratulations in race number 1. She obviously started right where she left off from 2024. Ivana bides her time and in the back of the pack. It makes this lethal late move to get the win for Peter Redekop, Barbara Heads, and Amadeo Perez. Ivana wins race number 1. Here is the one. This is Brody's Souvenir for Gary Johnson, Denise Prail. Trainer Frank Barabee. Best wishes to Frank, still convalescing after getting injured on unloading hay, of all things. 80 years young and unloading hay. Anyway. But the son of Brody's Cause has got some ability. He ran a couple of decent races last year, one going 3.5. Followed it up 2 weeks later, showing good speed in a race that was won by McKenna's Joy by 8 lengths. So he only got beat a couple lengths for second that day. Work tab's been good this spring. Apprentice Richard Balgobin will be the rider. Currently sitting at 3-1 on Brody's Souvenir. 2 will be Chobby. Stepping up slightly in class. Been running in the maiden $4,000 ranks. He even ran in a non-2 at the end of the year just because the race was there. But that's not the 2. That's a schooler. We'll get. There's the 2, hiding in the darkness. Chestnut, daughter of Tapiture. For Roxanne's Racing Stable, Milton Palma and Cody and Kelsey Wellard. Doesn't have a pile of speed. I would expect Chobby to be in mid-pack early. Kamal Santo gets the riding assignment. 9-1 on Chobby. 3 will be Nozomi for owner-trainer Frank Barabee. It's the one run this year. Was in a pretty tough race against the boys. Evander Keane won pretty easy. Zanari was very good, and Max Booster, her stablemate, was 3rd. But she gets back in against mares today, and that could be a plus for her. 4 will be Miss LaRue for Mel Snow, Warren Jensen, Doug Corson, and Len Howling. Bunch of 3rds and 4ths. Never really close to winning, though. Got beat a lot of lengths in all of them. Sometimes these 2-year-olds turning 3, now a 3-year-old, things change over the winter and they grow into themselves. Work tab's been decent. A couple of 102 and change works for Miss LaRue. Bebeto Harvey will ride. I've got her second, but, obviously it's a wait-and-see approach with her because she has yet to prove a whole lot as of yet. Been in some small fields, but never threatening to win a race. Got beat 10, 7, 9, 17, and 11 lengths. That's a lot of lengths to lose. But as I said, there's a lot of times there's a drastic change from their 2-year-old season to their 3. We'll see if that's the case with her. And rounding out the field, number 5, this will be New Blend. Second up run, Chase Stable made Annika Songer on the racetrack last time and ended up 4th in that 4-horse field. She has the best resume of anyone in here. She is dropping out of the maiden allowance ranks, and this is obviously a lot easier test for New Blend, which is why we have the 1-2 status on the board. Amadeo Perez looking for both halves of the early double. There's my top pick, the 5 New Blend. Really nothing clever in here. She looks like the best filly, and I think she'll win the money. I went 5, 4, and 1 here in race number 2. Once again, let's just kick off the pick 5 on races 2 through 6, 11,500 in the carryover. Good luck, everyone.
The horses on the track at Hastings for race number 2. This is the Happy Retirement Cheryl Purse. It's a field of 5. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Exactor Try, Super, Rolling Daily Double, and Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Jackpot Pick 5 pool starts with a carryover of 11,537. Post time in 7 minutes. On parade number 1, Brody Souvenir, owned by Gary Johnson and Denise Prail, the rider's apprentice, Richard Balgobin. 2 is Chabi, owned by Roxanne's Racing Stable, Milton Palma, Cody Wellard, and Kelsey Wellard with Kamal Santo. Number 3, Nozami, owned by Frank Barabee, the rider, Ridge Balgobin. 4, Miss LaRue, owned by Mel Snow, Warren Jensen, Doug Corson, and Len Howling with Babito Harvey. And the 5, New Blend, owned by the Canyon Farms, Maureen Goss and Adrian Tremblay. The jockeys, Amadeo Perez. 6 minutes to post time. Once again, pick 5 wagering starts here. The carryover is $11,537. Please note an equipment change update in the 4th race. Number 2, Weekend in Delmar. Races without blinkers today. No blinkers for the 2, Weekend in Delmar.
Key West Ford reminds you there are just 2 minutes left to place your wagers at Hastings.
The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. Loading in now for the second at Hastings. This is the Happy Retirement Cheryl Purse. First one up will be Nozomi. Brody Souvenir to the inside gate. Next one up is Miss LaRue. Followed by Chabby into gate 2. And the outside is New Blend. 5 in. They're at the post. There they go. Miss LaRue put on the early lead. In between runners now comes Nozomi. At the rail is Brody Souvenir. Making a line of 4. Here's New Blend. Driving it up on the extreme outside. Chabby is the early trailer. Into the clubhouse turn they go. And Brody Souvenir from the rail leads it now by a little over a length. New Blend's on the outside. In between runners is Nozomi. 2 lengths back, Miss LaRue sits in 4th. And 3 back is Chabby. They went through the opening quarter in 24 flat. They're midway on the back stretch and now 3 furlongs to run. And New Blend from the extreme outside pops ahead in front. Brody Souvenir holds the fence. In between them now Nozomi. Length and a half back is Miss LaRue. Trailer Chabby. Past the quarter pole, the half 48 and 1. They're midway on the final turn, and on the inside, Brody Souvenir. On the outside, New Blend. They're now heads apart. It's 2.5 lengths back to Nozomi as they turn for home. Brody Souvenir on the inside, New Blend on the outside. Brody Souvenir does a little better. New Blend trying to get to him late. Brody Souvenir by a length. Brody Souvenir to win it. New Blend second, Miss LaRue third. Followed by Nozomi and Chabby. On the board, the unofficial winner, number 1, Brody Souvenir. Number 5, New Blend second. Number 4, Miss LaRue third. Number 3, Nozomi fourth. 1-5-4-3. Into the winner's enclosure, the winner of race 2. This is number 1, Brody's Souvenir. She's owned by Gary Johnson and Denise Prail, trained by Frank Barabee. And the winning rider's apprentice, Richard Balgobin. Brody's Souvenir is a 3-year-old filly by Brody's Cause out of Cedar Summer, bred in Kentucky by the Spendthrift Farm. Once again, today's second race, the Happy Retirement Cheryl Purse. The result is official. The 1-5 exacta was $8.90. 1-5-4 try, $25.40. 1-5-4-3 super, $12.72. Double 4 and 1, $31.20. Final running time for the 6 furlongs was 1:14 and 16/100ths. Thank you, Denise Prail, for a bang of the gong. And another donation to Thoroughbred Aftercare. There they go.
All right, we're back here in the paddock. Time for race number 3 here at Hastings. This third race has kickoff to pick 4 on races 3 through 6. We also have exacta, triactor, and daily double wagering, as well as your win place wagers here on this 4-horse field. As we have scratched the 4 exit tunnel, so we're down to a field of 4 to go 6 1/2 furlongs. These are maidens. They are 16 up to $20,000 claimers. Once again, 6 1/2 furlongs will be the distance. Well, congratulations in race number 2 to Gary Johnson and Denise Prail, and trainer Frank Barabee, as Richard Balgobin guides Brody Souvenir pretty much wire to wire. Had to battle on the head end a bit, but the fractions were kind, and Brody Souvenir proved the bravest, defeating the favored New Blend in 1:14 flat. We look at number 1. Here's Bobby Rock for Daryl Hammond, Jim Jamieson, Yerkes Racing, Bill Doby, and Tammy Snow. Dropping from out of the maiden allowance ranks, had a couple of runs last year. She ran quite well, chasing a 45-1 opening half. First time out behind What's Shakin' and Rhumbaba. Came back 3 weeks later. Had to suffer from a little bit of a wide trip, but they ran fast again. Snapped to it. Rhumbaba and Bluegrass Lent has since come back to break his maiden. Those are tough maidens, and Bobby Rock's in a nice, definitely a nicer spot, and the homebred son of Lent should be pretty dangerous in here. He's pretty good, 9-2 with Bebeto Harvey, but definitely a good chance is Bobby Rock. Number 2 will be Kitten Candy, current second choice at 9-5. Brings in a good string of works, a 59-4, minute and change out of the gate, followed up by a 101. This is a filly taking on the boys. Both of her runs last year were on the board performances, going 3 1/2 furlongs in the fall. But the way she's trained this spring, looks like 6 1/2 will be no problem for her. Probably be pretty close to the pace, Kitten Candy. There's a better look at her as she comes out of her stall. For the Canyon Farms, double is the breeders of Kitten Candy. Terry Leong, trained by Craig McPherson. Number 3 will be Floyd. For Stu Carmichael, Jim Vilvang and Bill Randall and Maureen Goss. Mark Cloutier, the trainer. Amadeo will ride. This one's got some nice workouts. Getting some play at the board, currently at even money. Will debut in blinkers. Was on the Lasix program. Quite a few people around the paddock making noise and stuff. It's just agitating a few of them, but I think Floyd will be pretty happy when he gets on the track. And number 5 will be Andale for Tammy Snow. Just missed in a maiden 8 in his final start last year to Sailing for the Stars, who had dropped down in class, and Max Booster. This one's in with a chance. Why not? It's 4 horses, and it's the most experienced runner in the race, making his 10th career start. He's got 6/3. See if we can better that today and get a win. We'll see with Andale, with apprentice Richard Balgobin looking for back-to-back victories. Right, there's your field of 4. Maidens, 16 claimers. Going 6 1/2, kicking off your pick 4 on races 3 through 6. Once again, scratch the 4 exit tunnel. Time for post-parade for race number 3. I went 2, 1, and 5.
The horses on the track at Hastings for the third. Scratch the 4 exit tunnel. Field of 4 to go 6.5 furlongs. Exactor, try, daily double, and 20-cent pick 4 wagering. Post time in 7 minutes. Here's the field number 1, Bobby Rock, owned by Daryl Hammond, Jim Jameson, the Yerkes Racing Stable, Tammy Snow, and Bill Doby, the rider, Babito Harvey. Number 2, Kitten Candy, owned by the Canyon Farms, the rider, Kieran Kellewan. Number 3 is Floyd, owned by Stuart Carmichael, Jim Vilvang, Bill Randall, and Maureen Goss. Amadeo Perez takes the call. And the 5, Andale, owned by Tammy Snow, the rider's apprentice, Richard Balgobin. 6 minutes to post time.
Key West Ford reminds you there are just 2 minutes left to place your wagers at Hastings.
The horses have reached the starting gate. Loading in now for the third. Starts off our pick 4. Bobby Rock to the inside. Floyd goes in, first time starter. On delay to the outside, and Kitten Candy in the orange. Kitten Candy up and in. Four in, they're at the post. There they go. Bobby Rock made a left-hand turn out of the gate, has unseated the rider. Kitten Candy takes the early lead. Undelays up on the outside. And Floyd gets away in third. Now 3 across the track as they go under the line. Kitten Candy leads it by a nose, but driving it up on the outside, here's Floyd. In between them now comes Undelay. 3 across into the clubhouse turn, and Kitten Candy from the rail leads it by a head. In between runners now is Undelay, and up on the outside, the first-time starter is Floyd. It's about 6 back to the loose horse now in Bobby Rock. That opening quarter in 22 and 4. They're midway on the backstretch, and Kitten Candy from the rail leads it by a head. On delay, still in between runners, and Floyd continues with a wide journey. Past the 5/16, a half, 46 and 2. Quarter mile from home, and Kitten Candy now leads it by a long neck. On the outside, on delay, second by 3. It's Floyd in third as they get set to turn for home. Kitten Candy has the lead, and down the lane they come. Kitten Candy leads it by 3/4 of a length. On delay is up on the outside. Racing along in third is Floyd. Deep stretch. On delay on the outside. Kitten Candy on the inside. They hit the wire. On delay to win it. Kitten Candy second. Floyd third. The photo sign has been posted as well as the inquiry sign. Stewards are going to review the start of the race, in particular number 1, Bobby Rock. We can report that the 1 Bobby Rock was a clean pickup. No damage done, and rider Babito Harvey back on his feet, returning to the jocks room. And congratulations to our outriders for doing a great job in picking up that loose horse. In the photo, number 5, on delay, the unofficial winner. Number 2, Kitten Candy second. Number 3, Floyd third. 5, 2, and 3 on the board. Into the winner's enclosure, the winner of the third, number 5, on delay. He's owned and trained by Tammy Snow, the rider's apprentice, Richard Balgobin. Hondelay is a 5-year-old gelding by Rowless out of Her Time to Shine. Bred in BC by Helen Climbs and Tia Edwards. Please note the inquiry sign now taken off the board with no change. Stewards have ruled that number 1 Bobby Rock ducked in at the start, unseating the rider. And another bang of the gong and support for Thoroughbred Aftercare. The result is official. The 5-2 exacta, $10.35. 5-2-3 try, $23.75. Rolling double, 1 and 5, 105.10. Final running time for the 6 1/2 furlongs, 118 and 68/100. In the 4th, number 2 Weekend in Delmar, blinkers off. Scratch the 3, Bluebird Cafe. Number 4, Stilettos Only, 3 over. No superfecta wagering. Post time for the 4th, 19 minutes away at 4 o'clock.
right, welcome back to the paddock here at Hastings. Time for race number 4. Started your late pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6. We also have exacta triactor daily double wagering here on the 4th. Scratch the 3 Bluebird Cafe. We're down to a field of 4, going 6 furlongs. They are non-2 lifetime fillies and mares. No claiming. Well, they're in for $6,000, but they're all waiver claims, so there's no claiming going on. Backtracking to race number 3, congratulations to owner-trainers Tammy Snow as the 5-year-old Andale. Got the job done. Nicely ridden by Richard Balgobin, getting his second winner of the day. But Andale in a hard-fought battle all the way down to the line, just outrunning Kitten Candy by a narrow margin. But it was Andale in start number 10 was the lucky one for him, and he got his first career victory in race 3. All right, here's the 1. This will be Flying Miss for Rob and Sheena Maben. One of 2 Maben runners in here, saddles both the 1 and the 2. The inside post will definitely do her some good. I don't think she'd be too far away. I don't think she's as fast as some others in here, including her stablemate Weekend in Delmar. Chris Mamdine gets the call. Good runner-up effort to close out the season last year going along. Pretty generous 8-1. Good form on Flying Miss. Here's the 2. This is Weekend in Delmar. This one was claimed in her final start last year for $4,000. Did get defeated by Stilettos Only and Flying Miss, who are both in the lineup today. But obviously she wasn't perhaps in the best of form then. Given some time off, and well-bred daughter of Union Rags out of an AP Indy mare. He's come back with a string of decent works. Final one in a minute and 4/5. She looks great here in the paddock. Definitely interesting as Weekend in Delmar. This is not a tough dash for her. She can kind of regain that form that she had earlier last year when she was running in far tougher races. She'll be tough to beat here. Richard Balgobin looking for 3 in a row. He's aboard Weekend in Delmar. Number 4 will be Stilettos Only, looking to give Tammy Snow back-to-back wins. This one's owned by the Trinity West Stables and Willow Lake Farm. Babetto Harvey, hopefully better fortunes away from the gate. Of course, unceremoniously unseated when ducking in at the start on Bobby Rock in race number 3. But Harvey was aboard this daughter of Daddy Longlegs for 4 final starts last year and her 4 best ones. So they seem to be a good tandem, and she's definitely in with a very good chance, and she's getting bet accordingly at 5-2. And number 5 will be Duke Girls for the Goon Show Stables and Dino Condolinos. Broke her maiden in her final start last year against the boys. You see a lot of that, girls and the boys, but she's in against the girls today. I love her work tab. It's been very good. Looks like she's benefited from some time off. She didn't have any time off last winter as she raced at Phoenix and came right here to Hastings with no time off. And I think you'll see a much better Duke Girls this year. She's looked great this spring, and I like her to win it. That a lot of people do. She's 4-5. I went 5, 2, and 4. Good luck here in race number 4.
The horses on the track at Hastings. Race number 4. It's a field of 4. Scratch the 3. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Exactor, try, daily double, pick 3 wagering, no superfecta wagering. Post time in 7 minutes. Number 2, Weekend in Delmar. Races without blinkers. Here's the field, number 1, Flying Miss, owned by Robin Sheena Maben, the rider, Chris Mamdeen. 2, Weekend in Delmar, owned by Robin Sheena Maben, the rider's apprentice, Richard Balgobin. 4, Stilettos Only, owned by the Trinity West Stables and Willow Lake Farm and Stables, Babito Harvey aboard. And number 5, Duke Girls, owned by the Goon Show Stables, the riders, Kieran Calawan. 6 minutes to post time.
Key West Ford reminds you there are just 2 minutes left to place your wagers at Hastings.
The horses are approaching the starting gate. Loading in now for the 4th at Hastings. 4 in. They're at the post. There they go. On the outside, Duke Girls trying to gun for the early lead, but in between them, here comes Stilettos Only, and at the rail, Flying Miss. Early trailer, Weekend in Delmar. 3 across the track as they go to the clubhouse turn. Flying Miss on the inside, Stilettos Only, and deep on the track is Duke Girls. Length and a half back, Weekend in Delmar, but only about 2.5 off the lead. Past the half-mile marker they run. The opening quarter, 24 flat. Flying Miss from the fence has the lead by a half. On the outside, Duke Girls second by a length. Weekend in Delmar pulling hard in third, and the early trailer now, Stilettos Only. As they run past the 5/16 marker, it's Flying Miss with the lead. In between them, Duke Girls driving it up on the extreme outside. Weekend in Delmar and Stilettos Only. The half one up in 47-4. They've reached the top of the lane. They're homeward bound. Flying Miss with the lead now by 2. And down the lane they come. Flying Miss leads it by 2. Weekend in Delmar, Duke Girls, and Stilettos Only. Flying Miss with the lead. Flying Miss will win it. It'll be Weekend in Delmar second, followed by Duke Girls third, Stilettos Only fourth. On the board, the unofficial winner, number 1, Flying Miss. Number 2, Weekend in Delmar second. 5, Duke Girls third. 4, Stilettos Only fourth. 1, 2, 5, 4 on the board. In the winner's enclosure, the winner, the 4th, number 1, Flying Miss. She's owned by Rob and Sheena Mabin, trained by Rob Mabin, assisted by Dimitri Tapouzis, the winning rider, Chris Mamdine. Flying Miss, a 4-year-old filly by Finality out of Miss Me Not. Bred in BC by Gladys Didloff and Karen Didloff. The result is official. The 1-2 exacta was $20.45. 1-2-5 try $32.45. Double 5 and 1 $98.30. There's another bang of the gong and another donation to Thoroughbred Aftercare. Final running time 1:13 and 11/100. In the 5th, number 1, Chris's Gold, 3 pounds over. Number 4, Sailing Force, 2 pounds over. Post time 20 minutes away at 4:30.
All right, we're back here in the paddock. Time for race number 5 here at Hastings. This fifth race is for maidens. They all haven't won a race. We got 5 of them, 3-year-olds and upwards. They're going 6.5, kicking off your late daily double. We also have exacta, triactor, and superfecta wagering, along with your win, play, show, wagers, whatever you want to do here in race number 5. And congratulations to Rob and Sheena Maben at the exactor in race number 4 with Flying Miss, the longest shot on the board, proving that long shots do come in. As Chris Mamdine guided the daughter of Finality right to the front, never yielded and ran on to a nice score over stablemate Weekend in Delmar. But Flying Miss wins it for Chris Mamdine and the Mavens in race number 4. All right, here's the one. This will be Chris's Gold. Makes his first start as a 3-year-old. He was second in a maiden allowance race as a 2-year-old last year. He was third in the Ascot graduation behind champion Mount Doom. He's been working very stylishly for trainer Patty Laney. One of 3 Patty Laney runners in here. She's kind of busy. She's not busy. She's watching. She unfortunately broke an ankle. Gallops her own horses and broke an ankle about a month ago. He's got to watch. But there's a good look at Chris's Gold, currently 2-1. Definitely a good chance in here. Number 2 will be Golden Regal, son of Sun Gold out of the mare Classidala. Former champion broodmare Classidala, so this is definitely a good page. Works are not as flashy as Chris's Gold, but still works are good nonetheless. Also owned by the Russos. Leary Seat Chiran will ride. This one will debut in blinkers and a shadow roll. A lot of equipment on. Currently at 9-1 on the board is Golden Regal. Well behaved here in the paddock. Number 3 will be Rondolito, current 2-1 second choice. Ran in a maiden race last weekend. Did lose to Bluegrass Lent and Countercat. He got pushed through some pretty good fractions, 22-4, 45-3, and ran by far his best race of his career. Long as the 7 days back doesn't get him, because that is a little quick. Most trainers won't opt to run a horse back in 7 days, but everyone's doing their part in the backstretch to try and help fill these races, and thank goodness they do. Kamal Santo once again in the irons. 4 will be Sailing Force, the final Patty Laney entrant. This is a filly taking on the boys. Good second in the fantasy behind Someday Lady. Work tab's been decent. But once again, it's a filly against the boys, although she did run 5th behind stablemate Chris's Gold in a maiden race on September the 28th. Only beaten a length. Looks a little more agitated, a little more busy than most in here. It's just sometimes a good thing, sometimes not. Chris Mamdine rides 6-1 on Sailing Force. Completing the field is the 5. This is Touch the Sun, a firster for the Bennett family. Out of their champion mare, A Touching Promise. It's a 4-year-old. It's taken him a lot of time to get to the races, but hopefully it's worth the wait. His work tab's been great. His final work in 59 flat. Amadeo was aboard for that work, and he is in the irons again today. Good series of works for the son of Sun Gold. A lot of Sun Golds, 3 of them in here. But this is the lone 4-year-old, and that's usually a big edge. A little more mature are the 4-year-olds. Even though he is a first-time starter, the 4-year-olds are a little more advanced physically, should be mentally. We'll see how he fares today in his debut. It looks great here in the paddock. I went 5, 1, and 3. I like Touch the Sun. I think he's going to run a good race if he puts it all together. But first-time starters, you never know. You get that deer in the headlights look, and sometimes they don't run a yard, even though they've been doing well in the mornings. Takes him a start or two to figure it out, but we'll see if he does first time out. We'll see. You see Amadeo Perez getting a leg up on Touch the Sun. We're set for post parade here for race number 5. First half of your late daily double. 5-1-3 for me here in race number 5. 9 minutes to post. Send it up to Dan for the post parade of race number 5.
The horses on the track at Hastings, race number 5, field of 5. They're going to go 6 1/2 furlongs. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, late daily double wagering, post time in 8 minutes. Number 1, Chris's Gold, excused from post parade. Here's your field. Number 1, Chris's Gold, owned by Joe Russo and Gloria Russo with Kieran Kellewan. Number 2, Golden Regal, owned by Joe Russo and Gloria Russo with Leary Cicheran. Number 3, Rondolito, owned by Laurie Henson, the rider Kemal Santo. 4, Sailing Force, owned by Joe Russo and Gloria Russo with Chris Mamdine in the saddle. And number 5, Touch the Sun, and the estate of R.J. Bennett, also owned by Lois Bennett, the rider Amadeo Perez. 6 minutes to post time. All right, time to go down just outside the winner's enclosure and make our 50-50 draw in aid of the Greater Vancouver Food Bank. Tonight's winning amount, $465. All right, they're reaching in, pulling one out. Stirring them around. Winning number is 88227. 882227. You've won $465. You do have 15 minutes to report to the tent to claim your prize, or another ticket will be drawn. Once again, it's 882227 for $465.
Key West Ford reminds you there are just 2 minutes left to place your wagers at Hastings.
Please note the winning 50-50 ticket has been claimed. The horses have reached the starting gate. Loading in now for the 5th at Hastings. Golden Regal to gate 2. Rondelito comes up. Sailing Force into gate 4. First time starter, Touch the Sun to the outside. Last of 5, Chris's Gold. Chris's Gold in, 5 in, they're at the post. There they go. Chris's Gold from the rail. Ron DeLito now drives up to challenge. Also right there, Sailing Force and Touch the Sun from the extreme outside. As they go under the line, they're 3 across the track. Ron DeLito from the inside. Sailing Force in between them and Touch the Sun on the extreme outside. Chris's Gold 2.5 back in 4th, and the early trailer, Golden Regal. As they run to the half-mile mark, the opening quarter, a solid 22-2. And on the inside, it's Ron DeLito with the lead by a nose. Touch the Sun, second now by 2.5. Sailing Force in third by 3. Then Chris's Gold and Golden Regal. Past the 3/8 they go as they march towards the 5/16 marker. Touch the Sun on the outside, Ron DeLito at the rail. It's 2 lengths back to Sailing Force in third. Then Chris's Gold, who needs to do more, and on the outside, Golden Regal. Half was 46 flat as they race to the top of the lane. They're homeward bound. Ron DeLito with a short lead, and down the lane they come. Ron DeLito, Touch the Sun on the outside, about 6 back, Chris's Gold. Deep stretch now, Ron DeLito, Touch the Sun on the outside. Ron DeLito to win it. Touch the Sun second, Chris's Gold third. Sailing Force and Golden Regal. On the board, the unofficial winner, number 3, Ron DeLito. Number 5, Touch the Sun second. 1, Chris's Gold third. 4, Sailing Force was fourth. 3, 5, 1, 4, unofficial. Into the winner's enclosure, the winner of the 5th, number 3, Ron DeLito. He's owned by Laurie Henson, trained by Steve Henson. The winning rider, Kamal Santo. Ron DeLito is a 3-year-old gelding by Lent out of Vandelita. Bred in BC by Christine Amon. The result is official. 3-5 exacta was $8.95. 3-5-1 try $13.05. Superfecta was $5.67. Rolling double of 1 and 3, 50-70. And there's another bang of the gong and a donation to Thoroughbred Aftercare. Final running time 1:18 and 2 100ths. Sixth and final event, scratch the 2 Logical Al. No superfecta wagering. Post time for the nightcap. 20 minutes away at 4:59.
right, we're back here in the paddock. Time for race number 6, our final live race on the Sunday afternoon program. Don't be going anywhere. There's lots of simulcasting going on. Slot floors open. You want to hang around and watch some hockey. A little Florida-Toronto action. All right, got to field the 4 to close it out. Scratch the 2, Logical Al. Got 4 of them going 6.5 and a non-3 for $6,000. Backtracking to race 5, congratulations to Lori Henson, her Rondolito, trained by her husband Steve. Ridden beautifully by Cabal Santo. Made the lead, got the rail. Rail's been a good place to be. We've seen Rondolito win on the rail. We saw Flying Miss win on the rail. Brody's Souvenir. It's been a very nice spot to be, the inside speed. And Rondolito parlayed that fitness edge, had the race under his belt, and stayed very stubborn through the stretch. And congratulations to the Connections as they win race number 5. Here's the one. This is Bucks Fizz for Rob and Sheena Maben. They saddle a couple, and you got half the field. But Bucks Fizz ran a couple of weeks back on opening day. Good second behind Thompson. Thompson had winter racing under his, quite a few starts under his belt coming from Phoenix. So losing to that one was no disgrace. It was almost 4 lengths back to the third horse. But Bucks Fizz looking to give apprentice Richard Balgobin a riding triple today. We'll see if that happens. And he's 4-5 to do it. That's the one, Bucks Fizz. Number 3 will be Stanford North for Sandra Chipman and Keith Peterson. He got hooked in a speed duel last time. It really helped Bucks Fizz. Stanford North, I think there was 2 or 3 of them going at it. 23, 46-3. It wasn't the fractions. It was just more the content. You weren't able to relax. It was contention. There was just a lot going on up front. And you definitely wanted to be off the pace. Both Thompson and Bucks Fizz came from off of it. Stanford North won the pace battle, but ended up being third. He was battling with Rick Stancer, ended up 3.5 lengths ahead of him. We'll see if that happens again today. If they go at it, well, Bucks Fizz is going to be tough to hold off, but still Stanford North, the best of the speed, I think, and he's 7-2. 4 will be Rick Stancer for Robin Sheena Maben. He's better than that last race. He fell victim to a pretty fast pace in there. I don't think he wants to do that again. But he managed to shake off some rust, and I think you'll see a better Rick Stancer. He's 5-1. It's a good price on him if you want to follow him back, because I think he was second choice in that Thompson Bucks Fizz race. Maybe his third choice. But he'll be better today. And number 5 will be Highliner for the Williamson Racing, and Steve Henson won his non-winners at 2 in his first up run this year. Did it nicely sitting in behind the speed. There was a bit of pace on up front with New Soup for Baby, Thirsty Friend. There was another one out there. I can't remember who it was, but Highliner took full advantage, laying in 4th early, watching a 3-horse speed duel, and just looped the field. It was a perfect ride by Kellewan. He ends up on Stanford North, though. Kamal Santo picks up the mount on Highliner at 2-1. Wow, big, a lot of money coming for Highliner off of his win. He is up in class, though, at the non-3 level, and that's definitely more difficult horses here for Highliner. And he did get a perfect trip that day, last time to win. I went 1-3-5. I mean, that's kind of the way I see it here in the finale. Wish everyone lots of luck. Exactus tries, win place. No show on this one with only 4 horses. But we wish you all sorts of luck here in the finale. Please do stick around. As I said, lots of simulcasting going on. TV channels will be on. Hockey. Slot floors open. Our next live card will be next Saturday. Next Saturday, May the 24th, I guess it is, yeah. Next Saturday and Sunday, May 24th and 25th, we'll be coming at you with a couple of 6-horse fields next weekend. Hopefully the weather holds. Actually, it held nicely today. Not so much yesterday, but it held beautifully today. Hopefully you enjoyed the day, made a few bucks. Look forward to seeing you again. Good luck in the finale. Post-parade for race 6 is coming at you next.
The horses on the track at Hastings for the nightcap, 6th and final event. Scratch the 2, Logical Al. It's a field of 4. They're going to go 6 1/2 furlongs. No superfecta wagering. Post time in 6 minutes. On parade number 1, Bucks Fizz, owned by Robin Sheena Maben, the rider's apprentice, Richard Balgobin. Number 3, Stanford North, owned by Sandra Chipman, the rider, Kieran Kellewan. 4, Rick's Dancer, owned by Robin Sheena Maben, Chris Mamdine aboard. And the 5 is Highliner, owned by J.G. Williamson Racing, the jockey Kamal Santo. 5 minutes to post time. Don't forget, live racing continues this coming Saturday and Sunday. First races both days will be 2:30 live racing this coming weekend.
Key West Ford reminds you there are just 2 minutes left to place your wagers at Hastings.
The horses have reached the starting gate. Outing it now for the nightcap as we wrap up our Sunday card. Bucks Fizz to the inside gate. Stanford North comes forward. Rick's Dancer. The outside gate will be Highliner. 4 in. They're at the post. There they go. Stanford North put right on the early late. Driving it up on the outside, here's Rick's Dancer. Highliner, and on the inside, Bucks Fizz race as a pair. They're paired off now as they go under the line. One out from the rail. Stanford North leads it by a neck. On the outside is Rick's Dancer. Down on the inside, Bucks Fizz. Highliner is the early trailer. Into the clubhouse turn they go. Stanford North with that lead by a nose. Right there on the outside, Rick's Dancer. Opening quarter in 23 and 1. Sitting 2 lengths back in third is Bucks Fizz. And on his inside is Highliner. They're midway on the back stretch now. 3 furlongs to run. And from the outside, Rick's Dancer by a nose. Stanford North in second. Highliner makes an early move. Bucks Fizz now asks for run. They've reached the far turn. The half, 47 flat. Quarter mile from home with one move. Highliner opens up in the field by 2. It's Highliner by 2. Stanford North, Bucks Fizz, and Rick's Dancer. 1/8 of a mile from home. Highliner with the lead. And down the lane they come. It's Highliner by 3/4 of a length. But here comes Bucks Fizz on the outside. Bucks Fizz, Highliner. Bucks Fizz going away. Wins it by 2. Highliner second. Stanford North third. Rick's Dancer fourth. On the board, the unofficial winner, number 1, Bucks Fizz. Number 5, Highliner second. 3, Stanford North third. 4, Rick's Dancer fourth. 1, 5, 3, 4, unofficially on the board. Please note the inquiry sign has now been posted. This is a rider's claim of foul. The rider on the third horse, Stanford North, Kieran Killawan, has lodged a claim of foul against the second place finisher, number 5, Highliner, and Kamal Santo for alleged interference on the final turn. 3 on 5 on the final turn. Hold all tickets. In the winner's enclosure, the winner of race 6, number 1, Bucks Fizz. He's owned by Robin Sheena Mabin, trained by Rob Mabin, assisted by Dimitri Tupuzis. Aboard for his 3rd winning ride, it's apprentice Richard Balgobin. Bucks Fizz is a 4-year-old gelding by Perfect Timber out of Champagne Tail, bred in Ontario by Charles Fipke. Please note the inquiry sign taken off the board. There will be no action taken. The riders claim a foul disallowed. 1534 as posted. The result is official. No single winners on the pick 5. The carryover $15,660. 1-5 exacta was $325. 153 try $440. Late double was $1840. Pick 3, you need 3 of 3, $97.55. Pick 4, you need 4 of 4, $134.14. And to pick 5, you do need 5 of 5. No single tickets, but it returns $1,472.55. Once again, no single tickets, a carryover, $15,660. That'll wrap up our Sunday card here at Hastings. Don't forget that our gaming floor featuring slot machines is open, as well as our simulcast center. Live racing resumes this coming Saturday and Sunday. First race both days will be 2:30. Thank you for watching and wagering on Hastings Racecourse. Till next week, drive safely. Good night.